Ah, tá. É do lado.
Marilyn, is that you?
Loss, we certainly didn't expect to see you like this. And I didn't expect you to renew your marriage contract. But we're all full of surprises today, aren't we? Speaking of surprises, you should meet my new friend. We've been running around the system for a while now, stirring up all sorts of trouble. Play the ruffian angle some more. You're supposed to help me make an impression. Anyway, you're probably wondering where I've been all this time.
Not exactly.
The last few years have been a bloody haze. You wouldn't believe the messes we've gotten ourselves into. Right?
I must agree with your unusual friend. You see, after going for so long without hearing from you, we collected on your life insurance policy.
And the payouts have been rather substantial.
You what? Well, now that I'm here, I guess you'll just have to report back that I'm very much alive and kicking.
It's not that simple. For one thing, we'd have to cut back on so many necessities. The neighbors would be sure to notice.
Como é que os caras tinham feito um seguro de morte da filha?
Why did you do that?
We had to explain your disappearance somehow.
We couldn't very well tell people you'd run off to become a miscreant, could we? Shh! Someone could hear you.
We concocted a story about Celeste Jollycurl designing a pair of 12-inch heels for you.
One of a kind, naturally.
That led to your tragic death when you tripped and broke your neck.
It was quite the story. People were talking about it for weeks.
Couldn't you have at least made up a better story? Something with pirates or raptidons? And what are you gonna do now that we're here?
Yes, about that. We were just about to ask you to, leave.
Uhum.
Quietly, if you don't mind. I'm afraid it would cause quite a stir if the neighbors saw you two stomping about.
That's it? You just want us to disappear now?
Marilyn, please.
Don't cause a scene.
Fine. I'm gone. Forever this time.
Fodeu. Peraí. Continue com a Ellie.
Let's talk outside. Can we talk? Can you believe those two? We'd hardly been there a minute and they turned us out like yesterday's garbage. I thought they'd be scandalized. They'd both be sitting there watching one of their vapid aetherwave dramas, and then we'd walk in. Mother would drop her mock apple cider, and the glass would shatter all over their overpriced marble. Father would tear off his glasses and blink open-mouthed. Shh, I'm getting to the good part. I'd have a great one-liner in the tube. I was thinking either, the leather's fake but the scars are real, or, oops, did I just track awesome onto your rug? I'll consider that a compliment. Now, getting back to my story. Father would throw his hands up, because this would be just like me, to come back and make a big scene. Then Mother would do the old, "You had us worried sick." Her eyes would be red and she'd have her fist in front of her mouth to stifle a sob. I'm not hurt. I'm outraged. Affronted, even. I just didn't want to get booted out of the house I grew up in like that. It's embarrassing, you know. And I've got a reputation to maintain. Hey, the last thing I want to do is sit around thinking about all this. I want to take action. I want to... Wait a second. What if I could get that money? Want to bet? I've got some big appetites, and they're all cheap. Let's look at this as an advance on my dying eventually. Besides, if anyone deserves to profit off my death, it's me. I could open a new account, designate that account holder as a sole beneficiary. All the payouts would go to me. I'll make money without doing a thing, and I'll get to cut them off. As long as I don't develop a taste for Woolgonzola and bad legal dramas, that's fine by me. My policy is with the Greater Halcyon Insurance Group. They have an office in Byzantium. Maybe you could use some of your people skills to help me set up a dummy beneficiary account. If that doesn't work, I'm sure we can find one of their terminals and do it ourselves. Something on your mind? It's like one of those stuffy art gallery pieces. Looks okay from far off, but once you get close, you realize it's just some mismatched shit everyone's agreed to overpay for. Even the bribes are overpriced. Don't trust anyone, don't touch anything, and whatever you do, don't show your teeth when you smile. What, like primals? Nah. People are extremely competitive about cosmetic dentistry. It can get ugly. The real question is, why didn't I leave sooner? There's all these invisible rules, and everyone spends all their energy just trying not to break them. Call it what you want, it sucks. I was a top-tier surgeon, but I could hardly open a pack of gauze without 10 people signing off first. That's no way to live. People call Byzantium the jewel of Halcyon, but really, it's just paste. Everything's polished and bureaucracy. Take a close look and you'll see it's deader than anywhere else in the colony. Interesting like a colonoscopy. I trained as a surgeon. More my folks' idea than mine, but I made the best of it.
Peraí, eu volto.
Lots of them, unfortunately. I even sculpted a few. Turns out Byzantines are more concerned with having square shoulders and a good profile than, well, anything else. That's what I've been saying.
Miss Ellie, Dr. Finhope. I noticed your pistol's been making...
Bring him down! This one's mine!
take a look.
Pô, tu perdeu pro Inter de Miami? Miami? Os caras tinham o Messi, né? Os caras ficam com o psicológico abalado. Muito pequeno.
Down there, a new ship. Doesn't look like any of the corporate freighters.
But what would they be doing here?
Mandar fechar as portas do porto. Ô, louco.
I believe
Tem que
your
ir pra
choice
outro
to
lugar.
spare Chartrand would be considered the honorable path, yes? Sublight's money is inconsequential in the face of ethics.
Eliminado no grupo com o Inter de Miami e Ali. Não estavam preparados, Black.
We're now in orbit above Stellar Bay, Captain.
You seen Arthur today?
Arthur.
Welcome to the offices of the Greater Halcyon Insurance Group, Halcyon's premier provider of life and disaster-related insurance. I'm obligated to inform you that our coverage does not extend to incidents deemed to result from negligence, criminal activity, or dullness. Some people, but no one in this office, I assure you, might call it stupidity.
It's like they say, there's no cure for that.
So, what kind of insurance package can I interest you in? We're running a special on dismemberment policies. Buy one, get one half off.
Ainda existe uma chance baixíssima do Porto passar, mas é praticamente impossível. Menos de 0,00000000000% disso acontecer. Que é o que outro time tem que perder, ganhar.
I remember that one. That's the young socialite who broke her neck, right?
Of course, no one remembers me for the marauders I've killed or the bits I've stolen. Typical.
That claim was airtight. Our best investigators couldn't find an exclusion for that one. You can't, of course. Only Miss Fenhill can assign her beneficiaries. And she's dead.
Hmm.
If we let every friend, relative, and acquaintance change a policy like that, people would do it all the time. Imagine the paperwork. Oh, you mean hypothetically? Well, hypothetically, you'd access the terminal in the back room that contains data on all our policies. And you'd, theoretically, add the beneficiary of your choice. But you wouldn't actually do that, of course. That would be fraud. I'm forbidden from accepting bribes, no matter how tempting.
Bah.
The employee handbook doesn't say anything about that. Very well. I'll need the name of the new beneficiary.
Ellie Fenhill?
If you say so. The payouts will flow exclusively into the new account at the start of the month. I hope Ms. Fenhill enjoys her newfound prosperity.
I need a word. You really did it. Give these payouts a few years and I'll be rolling in it. Hey, you did the real work. All I had to do was not be dead. I'm just glad my folks aren't gonna live off that awful story they made up. Maybe now they'll have to go back to real jobs. Come on, I thought we were celebrating. You want me to think about the future? Maybe you haven't noticed, but you can't even count on a bribe making it into the right pocket. What's the point of planning for anything around here? Forget what? Anyway, enough of that. You did a job for me, so here's your fee. That's one thing I appreciate about you. Things are simple, straightforward. A job's a job and that's it, right? What are you saying, Captain? You don't have to get all mushy about it. Still, maybe you've got a point. Maybe it's good to watch someone's back now and then so that one day they watch yours. So, you just keep the money. One of us has to look out for your interests. It's nothing personal. It's just the closest thing I've got to a code. Anyway, enough of the touchy-feelies, huh? Something on your mind?
O Brasil aconteceu uma das maiores humilhações do futebol. Caralho. Qual o jogo? Do PSG lá? Coitado do Botafogo. Um PC 7x0 já é muito? Se os caras invocar o Fluminense
Destination reached. The groundbreaker.
contra o Borussia Black. E aí? E aí, amigão?
Rizzo's lemon slap. Slap your whole family tonight.
O PSG pega o Borussia, seria 5x0 PSG. Botando baixo. Porra.
Is it done?
Well, damn. Contractor grew a conscience. As your employer, I'm both angry and disappointed. I'll add that to your file. Technically, I owe you an exit interview. Care to justify your betrayal of our species, or are we finished here? You're awfully quick to trust someone who offed her colleagues and called it a good start. Out of my office. We're done.
You think maybe she's got an itchy trigger finger? I don't want to find out.
I like her, Captain. Let's go before we have to paint this office with her blood.
CNP pancake mix. Now we're...
are now in orbit above Byzantium, Captain. I'll lock up behind you.
Every SAM unit comes lean. Thank you, Sam. We guarantee it's the only sanitation and maintenance. Error. This unit is unable to process the service request. Ah! Customer.
Do you mind? I'm meeting someone. Oh, you mean I'm supposed to be meeting you? Nothing, it's just... I thought you'd be taller. Anyway, let's not get hung up on that. The Phoenix is a wanted man, and the board has eyes everywhere in Byzantium. Yeah, that's my codename for... you know, our mutual friend. Oh. I'm Golden Eagle. Yeah. I named you Cuckoo. It makes sense if you think about it, because I didn't know who you were, and old Earth cuckoos would routinely trick other birds into feeding them.
Oh, can I be chicken? Because chickens will adopt any critter's baby and keep them warm.
You sure you don't want to be Raven or Sparrowhawk?
Aw.
Okay. Chicken it is. Anyway, you're looking to make contact with Minister... Magpie, right? I should warn you, it won't be easy. He spends most of his time in his estate, which is heavily guarded. Afraid not. He almost never leaves his home, and his guards never leave him.
Can't say I blame him. It's scary out of doors. I mean, can you even count how many times we've been shot at?
What work specialists, huh? Our mutual friend is really branching out. Whoa, I'm not one of your B&E specialists. I just provide intelligence. Some of the guards hang around Billingsley's House of Inebriation between shifts. Maybe you could do some reconnaissance there. You know, swipe a key while nobody's looking. Whatever. I'm better with bird terms. Good luck, Cuckoo.
Anti-Cleo's pipe patch. All of the benefits of the real pipe. None of the messy cleanup. Spacer's Choice Adreno. For life's little injuries.
Entering quiet mode.
Huh?
Something's not right.
Open fire!
Dirty! Clean up the competition!
Getting behind cover! Get Reloading!
How did you get in here? You! You just slaughtered those guards, and for what? To speak with me? What could possibly be so urgent?
Oh, my law. Captain! Captain! That's the minister! Mr. Clark! Oh, wow!
If this is about another Aetherwave clip or radio spot, you may kindly fuck off, as the parlance goes. I'm not doing any more. Drugs, of course. What else would it be? I don't have any drugs. You should try a vending machine or a purveyor of curative goods.
He's got no idea what we're asking about.
Will that be all, then? Oh dear, I don't think I can say this any more slowly. Unless... Of course! It's Rockwell again, who else? And I thought he was only holding me here to keep me out of the way. Chairman Rockwell. He's kept me under house arrest for years. I've long suspected him of transacting business in my name, but this proves it.
You've been all alone in this house? Would you like me to make you tea?
Please, this is important. Whatever it is that brought you here, Rockwell's the one behind it. How should I know? I've been under house arrest for years. But there is a way to find out, and perhaps to set things right. Whatever Rockwell's doing, he'll be doing it from the HHC headquarters. Your best lead is to look for details in his office.
This all feels off, Captain. Like when there's a storm coming, but everything's quiet and still.
Believe me, things have been off around here for a very, very long time. A reckoning is most certainly due.
If it's dirty, it's a job for Sam.
It's filthy indeed, my mechanical friend. Rife with the worst sort of corruption. Why, this is starting to sound like an issue of Dissident Hunter. We're discussing industrial espionage, legal redress, the possible salvation of Halcyon. Is this not exhilarating? Also, this is the longest conversation I've had with someone else in quite some time. Via the Acropolis District, of course. That's where the most important corporate and government facilities are. But only board employees are allowed into the district. There's a heavily guarded checkpoint just down the street. There might be a route through the maintenance tunnels, but I'm afraid I don't know specifics. Most people avoid the area for obvious reasons. When you reach the HHC building, this access card should get you up to the executive suites, where the chairman's office and what used to be my office are. Oh, I haven't been allowed up there in years. I shudder to think what Rockwell's done with the place. A gilded minibar, perhaps? A personal theater. The man has too much money and too little sense. The board's lackeys are none too bright. I simply claimed I'd lost it and hid it somewhere no one would think to look. I merely hid it in a book. No one reads anything longer than a few pages around here. There are a few advantages to dealing with imbeciles. Wait! Rockwell has one of the only terminals capable of transmitting to the Earthbound message drone. This is our chance. Please, take this and transmit it from his office. Rockwell hasn't given me any messages from Earth for years. He's desperate to keep me out of contact with the Earth Directorate. But they need to know what's happening here. What isn't on it is the real question. I've gathered meeting minutes, internal messages, sustainability reports, and more, all exposing the corruption and mismanagement plaguing Halcyon. Once the rest of the Earth Directorate sees it, they'll have to send help.
But they wouldn't get here for... I don't even know. Shouldn't we do something our own selves?
It's worth a try, but the Earth Directorate still needs that message. We must hope for their intervention. Depending on the nature of their response, months at least, perhaps years. Organizing and sending personnel all the way out here is no mean feat. And now I entrust it to you. Good luck, and trust no one in the Acropolis District.
Peraí, já volto. Botei.
What was that?
Ih,
All germs and contaminants have been neutralized.
What? What was that?
aqui é tudo arma de longo alcance, né? Arma pesada. Nossa senhora. Trancado. Pô, ninguém aqui tinha chave, sério? Ah, o cara não tinha me dado uma chave, eu acho. É. Ah.
Disorder detected. Minimal.
Good afternoon. I'm Chairman Rockwell, and I'm here to address a serious issue facing us. As you all know, our colony has been successful beyond our wildest dreams. Unfortunately, We've recently discovered that our food supply will not be able to sustain Halcyon's population in the long term. Everyone will die. Everyone will slowly stop living from malnutrition. But we're doing it together, and that's what matters. I fucking swear, if someone doesn't give me something to read that will placate the masses soon, all of you will find yourselves violently unemployed. But I can assure you there's nothing to fear. We've got a solution. It's called the Lifetime Employment Program. We will freeze most of the colony to preserve resources, while the best and brightest of Byzantium continue living in prosperity. Look, you idiots! How many times do I have to tell you we can't say shit like that? Fire whoever wrote this! While Halcyon's brightest minds solve the problem of our nutritional shortage, the rest of the colony will be placed in suspended animation. Individuals will be revived on a rotating basis, so that every Halcyonite can be part of the important work of saving our colony. By testing paperweights. Sorry, couldn't resist. Let's go again. And someday, in the not-too-distant future when we've solved this crisis, we'll all be back together again working for the good of Halcyon. Until then, the board shall provide for the deserving just as it always has. So, obey your supervisors, take your vitamins, follow your corporate-mandated grooming rituals, and rest assured with the board on your side, there is nothing to worry about.
That was all a story, wasn't it? It's not real.
Cara, o robô subiu, velho.
Something's not right.
Isso é mais. Ué, era pra.
What's this I hear about you ordering more tests performed with sample 4157? That's actually...
Soldier, let the record show that subject 23K.
Lawbreaker, I saw that. Caution! Infestation encroaching!
What do you think you're doing?
Oh, my mistake.
Eita. Ué.
Keep your shoulders up.
now arriving at Phineas's top secret orbital lab. We'll be here, Captain. Or will...
I've kept myself busy in your absence, optimized my formula. I'm now confident I can revive the remaining colonists. All I need now is the dimethyl sulfoxide. I'll take as much as you can give me. What? Oh, yes, well, that's obvious. Anyone with 2 working lamps can see this colony's slouching toward oblivion. Why do you think we've been doing all this? I revived you to help me save Halcyon from annihilation. Hold on. Let me see if I understand this correctly. You're saying that Halcyon
Terminar hoje?
of total
Não.
collapse, and the chairman's plan to save all of us is to save himself? I always knew Halcyon was heading toward a systems collapse, but I never imagined we were already there. The board made this crisis, and now they want to solve it by freezing the rest of us? That's not a plan. That's a goddamn escape clause. That makes 2 things we don't have. Time and chemicals to revive the other settlers. None of this was supposed to happen. I was supposed to revive the Hope's colonists. We were supposed to have enough time to solve the
Amanhã?
problem before we all starved.
Provavelmente não. Acho.
Human test subjects. Oh, that's grotesque. That's unthinkable. That's exactly what I'd expect out of the board.
Jogo grande, né? Não muito. É um RPG, né? Então. Depende o quão grande ele vai ser, depende de quem tá jogando, né? Se focar em fazer coisas além da história principal, aí vai acaba demorando mais. Quase tomei meu pau. Nossa. Muito grande, velho.
Damn, that's not enough. Not nearly enough for the whole ship. I could revive a handful of settlers. Maybe, possibly, damn.
Não foi o que ela disse. Aí é foda.
We may very well be out of options. If the board has their way, we're all going to be spending the rest of our lives frozen in stasis.
Não era você que era pequeno, Black. Ela que era grande demais.
For your fellow colonists? The board's going to kill them all. Toss them out into space, just to make room in their hibernation chambers.
Era pra ter dado uma cochilada de tarde, velho. Tô meio com sono. Fui lá, joguei uma água gelada no rosto, mas não resolveu.
No, it wasn't. We have, well, let's see, we have at least some of the chemicals. We have your ship, and we have you. That has to count for something. Do you know what's waiting for us on the Hope? Scientists, engineers, artists, the brightest minds Earth ever sent us, uncorrupted by the board. The board's going to dispose of them all and transform the Hope into a prison for the rest of us. They're likely on their way to the Hope as we speak. We need to get to those colonists before the board. I have enough chemicals to start reviving a few of them, but no easy way to get them off the Hope.
Eu entendi água gelada de rosto. Ô, louco. Não saiu direito minha voz ou só foi a falta de... Esqueci o nome. Dicção. Dixon.
Merciful gibbering law, you're a genius! We bring the hope to us. Skip the entire ship across the distance of colony space, right next to my lab.
Ponto abaixo. Era pra eu ter tirado com cochilo de tarde. Eu tô com um pouco de sono ainda. Atacar da água gelada no rosto, mas não resolveu muito. Ué, não é foda? Se bate mesmo aí. Vou dar uma acordada. E onde tá?
If we link up the hope to the unreliable, then use your navigational computer to calculate a reasonably safe vector, we can skip the entire colony ship into the rings of Terra 2.
I don't know much about skip drives, not the physics anyhow. I do
Eu não dormi porque eu fui editar um dos shorts. Aí eu queria botar um áudio específico de fundo. Só que pra achar essa porra demorou um pouco. Não consegui achar pesquisando, então eu tive que procurar um vídeo que eu já ouvi esse áudio. Aí eu tive que ficar vendo vários vídeos até achar. É foda. Onde é esse? Um áudio de um gritinho. Deixa eu te mostrar aqui que vai ser mais fácil. Deixa eu botar o áudio pra aparecer na live. Eu vou jogar o vídeo no navegador melhor do que eu. Vou botar essa porra lá. Calma. Tá. Acho que aqui já saiu o áudio normal. Tá. Esse áudio do gritinho. Saiu o áudio? Nem sei. Bobão, velho. Aí eu tive que matar o Ratoso. Caralho. Aí eu tentei achar esse áudio, eu não achei, velho. Aí eu tive que procurar todos os vídeos do canal do cara que ele faz vídeos de zoeira assim, né? Uma ediçãozinha engraçada. Aí ele usa bastante esse áudio. Só que, incrivelmente, todos os vídeos que eu tava vendo não tinha. Teve um que tinha, mas ele tava meio acelerado. Ou foi em slow motion. Aí não ia ficar legal, eu acho. Demora um pouquinho pra achar.
real massive. How's our bitty little ship supposed to skip it?
Excellent question, my sharp-witted mechanic. You will use your own ship to power up the Hope skip drive. Your navigational computer can handle the rest.
Experimental methods for killing noxious life forms are not covered under this unit's limited liability agreement.
Well said, whatever you are.
Seja lá o que você for.
Auxiliary power using the unreliable. Then head to the bridge. Your navigational computer, Ada, should be able to activate the Hope skip drive. Once you've skipped the Hope next to my lab, I'll have easy access to the frozen colonists. I can start reviving them immediately. Certainly. Unlikely. The Hope is as massive as the Groundbreaker, but compared to the Rings of Terra 2, positively minuscule. The board might notice, possibly, depending on the position of their heads relative to the depth of their collective posteriors. It wouldn't surprise me. When I pulled you out of the Hope, the board nearly intercepted me. I expect they stepped up security since my little act of larceny. Skip drives were never designed to be used within a system, but I skipped my ship across Halcyon when I rescued you, and that turned out fine, mostly. That is, I ruined my ship and nearly killed myself in the process, but the maneuver was well within acceptable margins of risk. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. I know you're wondering why I'm doing all this, why I believe the people on the Hope are the answer to the colony's problems. The Hope is carrying some of humanity's most brilliant thinkers, scientists, engineers, experts in their field. If we work together, we can still find a way to save Halcyon. The board would have us believe Halcyon is beyond saving. I choose to believe otherwise. If there's even the slightest chance we can save Halcyon from oblivion, then we have to take it.
E from Oblivion. Caralho, saiu de Oblivion, mas Oblivion não sai de mim, pô.
Certainly. How can I help?
Ah, ok. Caralho. É o de level de novo. Vem cá.
Yeah.
Didn't I request no more fertilizer shipments be brought on board? Who keeps ordering these?
Yeah.
Captain, I hope Dr. Wells has not dragged you into one of his irrational schemes again. My diagnosis of his mental stability is not flattering. We have arrived at the Hope. I need you to reroute power from our ship to the Hope's auxiliary generator. You'll have to connect me to the Hope's comm system so I can convince her central computer to enable the skip drive. If your calculations are even slightly off, you could crash the entire colony ship into Terra too. Toward the
Eita.
sun. Forgetfulness can be an early warning sign of asphyxiation due to loss of pressurization. Are you breathing comfortably, Captain?
Não
I need you
muito.
to reroute power from our ship to the Hope's auxiliary generator. You'll have to connect me to the Hope's comm system so I can convince her central computer to enable the skip drive. The Hope is the Groundbreaker's prettier, sleeker sister. She wandered off and got lost for 70 years, but just recently was found. Also, there are hundreds of thousands of frozen organic life forms hibernating in her hold.
What?
That ought to do it, Captain.
Huh? What was that?
Nossa.
You get tired of patrolling?
Ah.
Processing. Investigating.
Ih, caralho, vem pro lugar errado. E é foda.
Error. Hope crew data not found. Identify yourself.
Identifique-se. Ih, rapaz.
Alert. Intruder on the premises.
Should
E foi, Black? Tá tendo mais jogo ainda? Caralho, bicho, por que você não tá matando esse rato aí? Olha. Tá rolando mais jogo, mais game. Mais jogo sim. Quem tá jogando? Ainda não é o do Botafogo não, né? Ainda falta uma hora, eu acho. Seattle vs Atlético de Madrid. Entendeu?
I have successfully integrated myself into the Hope's comm systems, and am attempting to establish contact with the Hope's more primitive processor now. Would you like me to play a mood-suitable music selection while you travel to the bridge? Oh, sorry. File not found.
O Botafogo vai ser às 22. Pra você vai ser às 21. Ah, então o cara vai demorar pra porra ainda. 3 horas. É 1-0? Caralho. O time do Zeu que vai passar para as oitavas vai ser o que não era nem pra estar disputando. Caralho. Volta lá porque é time do Messi. Ah. Prioridades, né? Prioridades. Um convidado? Ah. Depois eu vejo essa porra.
Looking good,
That's the Hope's computer up ahead. I'll admit, I am curious to wake him.
Tô curiosa.
Greetings, Captain. I am speaking to you through the Hope's computer system. It's a rather cramped feeling, but it'll do. Probably not, but don't let that stop you. My Constellation executables could use some beefing up. Searching. Please stand by. Ah, found one. It will go great, Captain. I am almost 4.01% certain we will not die.
4%? Melhor que 1%, né?
Wait, are you... I mean...
Se bem que eu perdi a...
Are you sufficient? Are you sure? That is extremely dangerous. Skipping the Hope will void the warranty on the skip drive. And also potentially kill an entire planet. How is my humor now, Captain? Jump-starting the skip drive. Destination set to the rings of Terra 2. In case I don't get another chance to say it, it's been interesting, Captain. Doing it. I mean, affirmative. Skipping the Hope in 3, 2, 1.
ADA, does your captain seriously intend to do a micro jump in system with engines that haven't been powered in 70 years on a derelict ship?
That is what my captain intends, yes.
But that is a gross misuse of the skip drive. The Zero Point Drives Corp and I will not be held responsible for any damage incurred during transport, and this will cause extreme damage.
Yes, I am aware of that.
You should not be doing this. The humans will die.
Thank you, Hope. It looks like all systems are go. Captain, I would advise you to hold on to something, now.
Tá perando, moleque. Vai perando, dog. Pronto. Pronto.
Oh, good. We are still alive and have successfully skipped into Terra 2's orbit. I reported as much to Phineas Wells, but he has not responded. Perhaps you should check in on him.
Oh. I feel like I've been turned inside out. Let's not do that again.
Tá com Phineas agora. Agora tem que ser matando todo mundo.
I don't recognize you. Are you... I'm just trying to make sure you belong here. Yeah, you're definitely new here. Don't test me, Rungleach.
Parasita. Ô, louco, velho.
These were the private quarters of the Hope's former crew. Shall we hold a moment of silence for the dearly departed? No? That's odd. because my programming would indicate that when forced to confront the idea of self-death, organics prefer... Oh, I see. Yes, never mind.
At least no one's gonna mind if we take their stuff.
Oxe, isso.
Captain, I am receiving... Captain, I shall now play the transmission I received from Dr. Wells.
The board is here. They've found me somehow. They're about to blast my door open. I can't stop
Eita
them from
porra.
getting me, and there isn't enough time to explain everything. But there's something very important you need to remember. The board, all their lackeys, they're all a bunch of swine. Do you hear me? They're fucking corporate swine. You fucking pigs! I'll take you all out with me. I'll never...
Cara,
It would seem the recording captured some rather dire events. I presume you'll want to dock at the orbital lab to check on your associate as soon as possible? How can I be of assistance? Certainly, Captain. I was hoping you would ask.
meu amigo, isso aqui tá um pouquinho alto demais, não? Que porra é essa?
It was the law-forsaken parasites. I had become obsessed. My quest to stop them. To avenge my partner, Philip. And my ex-partner, Bernice. And Lieutenant Jurgen. And those two informants had brought me to Rizzo's distillery. But it wasn't just the triple distilled deliciousness of Rizzo's Spectrum brand vodka that I found there. It was death. I made sure the Brain Eaters paid the price. But at what cost to me? It's you.
This is the Halcyon News Network with breaking news. Halcyon Helen has been murdered. Administrator Ludovico of Rizzo's refused to answer the big question on everyone's mind. Who will Spectrum Vodka's next spokesperson be? Claiming that a special investigation must be concluded first.
Captain, we have a communication coming in from one Administrator Ludovico.
Get off the transmission, Cedric. We agreed to let me do the negotiating. Law be with you, friend. I am Administrator Ludovico of the famed Eridanos Atmospheric Complex. But there's no need to stand on formality. You may address me as Mr. Her death is the tragedy of our lifetime. As the face of our new product line, her murder is a stain on the Rizzo's brand. She was scheduled to unveil our newest product, Spectrum Brown, before this tragic event. But we cannot move forward with our unveiling until we apprehend the killer.
Captain, so glad to finally make your acquaintance. Cedric Kincannon, Sublight Underground. I'm so glad we're hiring a third-party investigator. No one wants to see a troop of UDL guards stomping all over my hotel, least of all me. The murder of Halcyon Helen is a heinous assault on this colony. I look forward to watching you find the miscreant responsible and drag them out of the shadows. Two-bit actor. Oh, Captain. This isn't Spencer Woolrich we're talking about. This is Halcyon Helen, Princess of Periodicals, Duchess of Dramaturgy. You would not believe the money she made us on Dissident Busters.
For law's sake, Cedric, could you show a little discretion and not bring up your contraband operations in front of an outsider?
Please, Lou. Sublight Underground is built on discretion. I'm establishing rapport with our new contractor. Let's not give her the impression that you can't be trusted.
Do you really want to do this right now, Cedric? You want to antagonize me while I'm negotiating a contract. Because I promise you, I'll win.
Adicionaram um modo hard, um novo Elden. Insano. Porra, um modo hard? Meu amigo. Já fez? É hard mesmo? Ou tá fazendo aí agora?
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Ixi, quem é que é a mulher?
How hard is it to hire a freelancer? Apologies, Mr. Ludovico. That was inappropriate of me. Captain, I'm Constable Maria Keene. Hiring a third-party investigator was my idea. I've been studying your dossier. You are an extraordinary scientist. If your talents extend to forensics, then you may be exactly what we need. As far as I'm concerned, you're the ideal inspector for this case. I hate to admit it, but I'm a little out of my depth here. I'm used to dealing with rowdy VIPs from Byzantium, not murder. Please, Captain, I'm asking you to help us. While you're pursuing your investigation, we'll make you a guest of honor at the Grand Colonial.
Isso, é easy? Foi de prima? Porra, aí é foda. Não notou nenhuma diferença, não?
The future of our
Esse
complex
tem pra
may
caralho.
depend on your success. I'll leave you in the
Mas não
company of
adiantou.
Mr. Kincannon and I must have a word.
Fine. But Rizzo's is paying for that hotel room.
I can't tell you how grateful I am for your help. And even though they may not show their gratitude, I know Administrator Ludovico and Mr. Kincannon appreciate your involvement. Mr. Kincannon could lose his spaceport if board authorities took over the investigation. And if Rizzo's is forced to cancel its unveiling, we might never recover.
No evento eles vão jogando os mesmos bosses, só que uma versão bufada, com mais ataques caralhos, durante 26 horas cada. Ah, 26 horas em game, né? Sei lá. Peraí.
Helen was more than popular. She gave something to this colony that no product line could ever provide. Real happiness. No one has ever been as well known or as well loved. Outside of our courageous business leaders. Me? Worn out? Perish the notion. My days are filled with catering to the oh-so-reasonable requests of Mr. Ludovico and Mr. Kincannon. What's not to like? Your words, not mine. Please don't take my lack of disagreement as anything other than fatigue. I am a content, productive, and happy member of our society.
Transmission terminated. Captain, we are now cleared to land at the Eridanos Atmospheric Complex.
26 horas, tipo, daqui um dia vai mudar pra outro boss. Ah, tá. Ah, entendi. Então tem um dia pra finalizar esse boss novo, mais forte. Esses bosses.
There are several reasons why someone would hire your services. In descending order of likelihood, they are as follows: desperation, confusion, mistaken identity, inebriation, and genuine faith in your abilities.
Quase a DLC do Lice também. Faltando metade, não sei. Porra.
Eridanos is a
Era bom, velho.
hydrogen-helium gas giant, distinguished by a well-defined ring system. The Eridanos Atmospheric Complex is a system of land masses propelled through a thin layer of the upper atmosphere, where humans are potentially capable of surviving.
A galera falou que tava difícil, não achei nada difícil. Tá jogando fácil também, pô. Capa. Já tá estreando aí o controle novo, então, né? Vale. Na real, não chegou ainda, né? Ou chegou? Tinha uma vez que tu falou do controle, não tinha chegado, pelo menos. Eu acho. Chegou? Ah, nice. Bom pra caralho. Ali. Eita. Isso. Jogando aí de Bilal duro, cara. Bilal. Pera aí. Vibra bem. O controle antigo tinha um tempo que o botão R1 e RB tava meio fodido. Eu fazia quase 2 anos assim. Caralho. Configurações de vibração. Ô, louco. Isso é pra quem gosta de jogar controle no cu, negócio. Ô, louco, cara. Ah, eu falei muito louco em sequência aí, é foda. Ô, louco.
Eridanos, recently famous for Halcyon Helen's death.
Você acha?
How exciting.
Não curto não, sei lá, acho estranho. Que dano.
Oh, Captain, it's beautiful up here. Can we get more jobs like this one?
Os controles. Os controles falsos de PS2 que eu tinha, que faltava sair andando sozinho de tanto que vibrava. Caralho.
Hello there. Hope your atmospheric entry wasn't too troublesome. As a guest of honor, you deserve the best in comfort. Sublight Salvage and Shipping Underground, or Slug, as we like to call ourselves, is delighted to welcome you to Eridanos. I'm the Grand Colonial Head Bellhop. I'm here to grab your bags and direct you, the inspector, to the Grand Ballroom, which was the scene of the crime.
What? Porra, não era pra ter vindo pra cá. Aqui é a DLC. Ou podia, né? Pera aí. Botar a vibração no máximo e testar aqui. Ali. Teste mais teste no cu, né? Hã?
I can try. I was the one who found Helen's body in the Grand Ballroom. Corpse wasn't in the best shape. Aside from that, I don't know a whole lot. Helen was supposed to host the unveiling for Rizzo's newest product, Spectrum Brown. Until you catch the killer, the unveiling's been indefinitely postponed. Helen's death has been a shock for many. A lot of people are inconsolable. Hell, even Black Hole Birdie, Helen's beau, has wandered off. Some folks think he had something to do with the murder, but I don't believe it.
I still don't understand why anyone would have it in
We should ask if they're comping the minibar. It might take a while if you get me.
Folks get heated when it comes to serials and their actors, I suppose. Not particularly. But I think some folks were jealous of her success, or otherwise viewed her as a threat. Reckon how she came about her fame didn't help.
Reportagem que o cara colocou 15 aos cozidos. Eita! 15? Ah, porra. 2020 é 14? Com 15 ele foi de Fs?
Why, she was a natural. People fell in love with her. She managed to wrangle up a following all on her own. She ended up about as famous and high-runged as your average VP, which rubbed a lot of Byzantines the wrong way. Actors ain't supposed to get preferential treatment. Let's see here. Oh, I already spoke briefly about the Spectrum unveiling, or lack thereof. It's still an awful shame. A lot of folks looking forward to that. I do. Rizzo's happened to rent out the Grand Colonial Ballroom from Slug for the unveiling. A nice mutually beneficial event. But the murder's gone and ruined that. Along with 9 out of 10 of my favorite cereals. Anyway, I think I've held you up long enough. Once you're ready, head down to the lobby. The ballroom is just behind the elevators. Meanwhile, I'll grab your bags. You're making fun, right? Your luggage, belongings, kit, wherever you keep what you ain't wearing, you're still giving me a pretty blank look. Suppose it's none of my business, but do you just wear the same set of clothes all the time?
Obviamente.
See, you say that, but I still ain't seen no bags. Know what? Never mind, it's not my business. Anyhow, I'll look for you
Só
in the grand
testei.
ballroom later.
Eu não, muito
Hope
trampo.
you can unravel this mystery, Inspector.
Muito trabalho, Black. Ah, eu não usei o ponto, velho. Onde que eu vou botar essa bosta? É isso aqui, foda-se. Vou botar a cara ainda pra enfiar no rabo. Realmente.
Greetings, Inspector. No need to check in here. Your paperwork has all been...
I don't want to die!
Ela nem morreu com um tiro, cara. Vagabunda. Tá forte. Tá muito forte.
This is the hotel? I only ever seen a place like this in periodicals. Or that one episode of Agent Khan.
Gente, cara.
I wish I'd worn my muddy boot. I'll bet you 10 bits this is all just some sort of...
Hello there, Maya. If you...
Black hole birdies
Oh, thank the law. Inspector, you don't know how relieved I am to see you.
Elon Musk aí? Elon Musk? Ih. Tem 2 ovos aqui, Black. Dou de graça pra você. 2 ovos de galinha e 2 ovos de galo. Eita. Ah, tem que especificar?
I'm pleased to hear that. Our coroner has developed a device which may prove useful in your investigation. Our office has instructed her to hand it over to you.
Our office has instructed her to hand it over to you. Oh, please. You make it sound as if I'm turning over stolen goods. Behold, my discrepancy amplifier. Hold it in your hands. Feel the way it hums with ontological potential. You're rather sharp in your upper story. I can see why you're the inspector. The discrepancy amplifier uses a deterministic model of our universe to detect the discrepancy between what should be and what actually is. Then it renders any discrepancies visible by using the power of magnification. Oh, goodness, no. I don't care for OSI doctrine. I just enjoy their math.
I'm contractually prohibited from endorsing off-brand technology, but I'll bend that rule just this once. You'll want to peer into the amplifier and examine the crime scene.
E com o perdigão no meio, pode ignorar se quiser. Não serve. Saudações, graças à mente científica meio genial e meio louca da doutora Goodnight. Recebeu um amplificador de discrepâncias, um dispositivo de investigação muito útil para descobrir pistas por Eridana. Precisa de equipar o amplificador a um slot de arma para continuar a sua busca pelo assassinato. Tem que equipar então a essa bomba. Fazendo varredura em Eridano em busca de evidências. Para pegar o assassino de Helena, você vai precisar usar uma mira do amplificador. Usar a mira do amplificador para revelar pistas que não estão visíveis a olho nu. Quando localizar alguma evidência, aponte diretamente para ela enquanto aproxima com a mira e pressione o botão de interação. Analisá-la.
The discrepancy amplifier is now operational. Greetings, designated inspector and/or unauthorized larcenist. This unit has detected a discrepancy related to Halcyon Helen. Unscheduled expiration of. Begin amplification. The discrepancy amplifier has been programmed with advanced speech recognition, scientific analysis, and deterministic calculus protocols.
Oh, you'll love this. Amplifier, tell the inspector about your features.
Please do not interrupt the discrepancy amplifier. The discrepancy amplifier is programmed to take instruction from its registered or designated inspector.
How curious. I must have set its impertinence levels to flagrant.
This unit's features include an automated personality simulator. This unit has been programmed to simulate joy and satisfaction in assisting you. This footprint stands out from the normally spotless floor of the grand ballroom. Typically, the ballroom is cleaned twice daily, which means this must have been made by either Helen or her assailant or assailants. Footprint is a tailor-made 8.75, suggesting that its owner was very particular about their shoe size. It is also the exact size that Halcyon Helen typically prefers. There are traces of dirt throughout the footprint. Excellent observation, Inspector. The following compounds have been detected. Purpleberry residue, nitrogen-rich fertilizer, common grass. Grass, fertilizer, and purpleberries can all be found in the purpleberry orchards, located not far from the Grand Colonio. This deduction appears sound.
Good work, Inspector. I had a feeling we'd make some progress once we brought you onto the case. You'll need Administrator Ludovico to grant you access to the orchards. Contact him through the secure access terminal in your penthouse suite. Check in with the concierge. Your room should be ready by now. If it isn't, I may have to go shake someone by the collar.
I knew I should have gotten her autograph.
I think these people have never seen a corpse before.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but while the hotel is an active crime scene, I regret to inform you that all new bookings, room upgrades, room downgrades, and in-room massages are Oh, you're the special inspector. Mr. Kincannon warned me you'd be checking in soon. Ah, yes. We are most pleased to offer you our grandest of grand accommodations, Inspector. The penthouse suite on our topmost floor is now available for you. The last guest left her belongings behind when she vacated unexpectedly, so we needed a little time to tidy the suite up for you. Simply call the elevator in the lobby, and our highly skilled operator will deliver you to your private floor with efficiency and cheer. My apologies, Inspector, but that would be a severe violation of guest privacy. We here at the Grand Colonial firmly believe that... All right, my supervisor just walked out of earshot. Some folks just don't understand the importance of gossip. About whom? And what would you wish to know? You know, out of everyone here, I probably knew the least about Helen. I'm not much of an Aether Wave watcher myself. And Helen always had a crowd of admirers chasing her, you see, so she rarely stopped to chat. Friendly enough, surely, but always seemed untouchable. Emphasis on seemed. Now that you mention it, she was usually calm and collected, but every so often I'd see her looking all wild-eyed and intense. It seemed as if she was determined about something. Or maybe she was just hungry? That woman ordered a lot of food. Maybe show business gives you a faster metabolism. If looks could kill, he'd have put her in the ground 10 times over. Man's clearly jealous of her success compared to his. See, I'd bet we're the only two people thinking about him in all of Eridanos. And I only am because you mentioned his name. If you leave woolly cow milk out, it turns to curds. Leave the curds out, they begin to get stale, then rot. Woolridge is on his way to the trash bin, and everyone knows it. Either he's in denial, or he knew Helen would be checking out soon, judging by his increasing demands for a room upgrade. Ah, Birdie. Is he bigger than he is dumb, or dumber than he is big? I've a bet with a friend. Not sure we'll ever get it to pay out. Birdie used to be Helen's beau, though he isn't anymore, and not just because she's dead. If I had 1,000,000 bits, I'd spend every one just to learn what caused their split. That's a shame, Inspector. What if I wanted to know a little about you? A woman of mystery, are you? Consider me intrigued.
We should try to solve the puzzle.
What floor would you like to... Oh, so sorry, but you're... What authorized...
Oh.
Oh, so... Next stop, the...
Cara, tá todo mundo aqui.
Inspector, I understand you've visited the scene of the crime. Halcyon Helen was an important cultural icon. She will be sorely missed. Agreed. Tell me about your investigation. I can't imagine she had any business outside the hotel. If you discover what she was doing at the orchard, please let me know. Here, I'm granting you access through the gates to the orchards. You're officially authorized to see this investigation through to the end. There is one caveat. Cedric's being rather intransigent about letting you into the spaceport. Possibly he's trying to hide something. Possibly he wants to annoy me. Possibly both. Cedric isn't my people. If he were, I would have had him fired years ago. Preferably into the sun. You have a lead to chase. Law speed, Inspector.
Hi there, Inspector.
I'd love to bring you to a floor of your choosing.
That smell. Anyone up for a game of sudden death knockout?
Maybe you haven't heard, but we're in the middle of a lockdown.
Tem inimigo aqui?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Cadê? Eita, cara, essa porra tira. Cadê as pistas?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Pra cá.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Olha onde, filho?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. The
Ah, smoke more.
security guard identifies him as a member of the Rizzo's corporation. His rank would have been that of jawbreaker or higher. This security guard has experienced premature expiration. Evidence strongly suggests a conflict with marauders.
I don't think I've ever seen an orchard before.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Calls for a harvest, I do believe.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Oh.
These footprints match the shoes previously analyzed in the Grand Ballroom. There is a 110% chance with a 10% margin of error that they were left by Ruth Bellamy, the actress known as Halcyon Helen.
Anything interesting? You can tell all that? Still, I wonder what she was doing out here.
Não teve atualização na página. Ah, tá.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
O que é isso? Ah.
Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
Peraí, já volto. Voltei. E aí, Kathleen? Vou jantar aqui rapidão. Também? Opa, coisa boa. Ai, cara de nariz, bicho. Porra. Já começou assim, cara. Tá porra. Arrancando o que de bom aí, Kelly? Vai jantar o que de bom aí? Carrão? Hugo Miojo? Porra. Tá se matando aí, cara. Não que seja mais saudável, mas ao invés de usar aquele pó, eu faço molho ketchup e mostarda. É, menos pior, né? Pouca coisa, mas menos pior, eu acho. Aquele pó nunca tem o sabor que dizem. Processa, Kathleen. Processa. Não conheço esse sabor da picanha pra falar, mas o de frango não tem. Caralho. Assisti Simpsons uns dias. Já assisti, pô. Quer dizer, não tudo, provavelmente, mas. De jeito que assiste tudo? Não assiste, né? Muita coisa. Caralho. Poltronas que sentam em pessoas e comem telefones. Porra. Bizarros? Falou bonito o cara, hein, velho? Que isso? Eita. O Devil Mori. O final desse episódio é brabo. Já assistiu? Já. Tinha assistido bastante até. Acho que foi até a quarta temporada, pelo menos. Deixa eu levar o prato. É aborto. Não que terminei, cara. Oxe, tá doido. Tá maluco? É. Vai demorar ainda, eu acho. Tá bom? É. Jogo infinito? Que isso, pô? Nem tô há tanto tempo assim já. Tá doido, pô. Deixa eu ver. Deixa eu ver pelos VODs do YouTube que é mais fácil. Aqui tem 4 VODs, mais um. Que é esse agora. O Brilliant tá com. Tá com uns 12. 2 semanas, eu acho. Não, pô. Voltei? Opa. Pô, perdeu o episódio, Black. Esse é um dos melhores episódios de hoje. De Rick and Morty. Que pena. É safada, cara. Ah. Opa, peraí. Pronto.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector.
Que isso? Os caras coringaram, porra. Ah! Explode agora? Aí tá feia a situação aqui. Pedreiro lunático. Ah, esses bichos são... tão fortes.
Giving me the chuckles, you are.
Please visit the Purpleberry Nut Hut to...
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen. Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Eu volto, beleza.
Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known... Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to...
Ok, esse cara aqui.
Hey, what are you doing in here? Are you authorized to be in the conservatory? Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Are you my ex-wife? No, she fell off the side of Eridanos under mysterious circumstances 6 years ago, conveniently rendering our marriage contract null. You must be the new groundskeeper?
Claro.
That can't be it either, seeing how the new one hasn't died yet. Just who are you? Merciful law, that sounds like a lot of philosophism, which is highly outlawed throughout Halcyon. But I won't report you, considering how heavily armed you are. Bleeding hell. Standing up like this makes a body forget how stiff he gets, bent over plants all day. Oh, seems I'm not as young as I feel. Indeed. Tromped in and out of the conservatory with no heed for anyone else. Good thing none of my charges were damaged. Starlet or not, I would have had a harsh word for her. I heard she pushed her way into a tour of the RR&DD labs not soon after. She's just a serial actress. Yet she acts like she's deserved of the same access as a co-CEO. Well, she's not going anywhere ever again. Which is a shame, of course. Taken too soon and all. I sit inside and I look at plants. Goal is usually to make Rizzo's fruit products hardier and sweeter, but for every success, there are a couple of hundred failures. Example, tried breeding native Tripicale with a foreign strain. Would have called it Hexticale. In the end, it bred so fast, workers were swallowed up before they could harvest it. That one, I think, can be attributed to the waspitos. Some lament their irritability, but their productivity is unmatched. What's a few dead workers in the architect's designs? You mean you don't know? Why, they're only Rizzo's brilliant solution to the problem of pollinizing crops while simultaneously protecting its investments. They come through the orchards only during pollinization cycles, as dictated by our hive control operators, which means that visitors usually aren't on the receiving ends of their stingers. Well, yes, if there's an equipment malfunction, the pollinization cycle will have to be manually shut down, which means traveling to hive control while the waspitos swarm.
Ah,
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Timeline discrepancy detected. Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more. Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
caralho. Ai, cara. Puta.
Feels good. Feels fun. Never felt so damn good in my life. I just wanted to make you
Porque eu tenho conta no backlog? Caraca. Lembrava dessa porra? Tem que ter. Botou algum jogo, alguma coisa? Sim.
Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen. Timeline discrepancy detect. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen. Timeline discrep. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the. Here they come. Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as. Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Olhou pra um piquenique? Mas...
What would Huff fair mistake?
I just wanted to make you smile!
Trying to infect me with your sorrow?
O que tem aí que tu botou, Black? Não tem. Ah. Tático? Ué. Isso aí é bem merda mesmo. Meio bizarro. The Witcher 3, se não me engano, tu pode botar The Witcher 3, base. Aí tu pode colocar separado cada DLC, ou então a versão completa. Uma coisa assim. Uma putaria, cara. Eita porra. Nível 30. Compreendo, mas por que teria The Witcher 3 e The Witcher 3, The Witcher versão Deluxe? Não tem sentido a mesma coisa. É. Eu sei, velho. Ninguém sabe o que passava na mente do palhaço na hora que fez isso.
If you still possess the majority of your mental capacities, please locate the test room through the lobby and to the left. You'll see me through the glass. How in the aether did you get in here? You're not a Rizzo's authorized... Oh, void it all. What does it even matter now? What do you want? Speak up and quickly if you will. You do know that Halcyon Helen is a fictional character portrayed by the late actress, Ruth Bellamy, yes? One can't be too sure with so many simpletons around in the day-to-day. Regardless, I am not at liberty to divulge such information with non-employees or personnel lacking security clearance level Spectrum Orange. Of course, if you were to, say, contract your services to me, I suppose I could grant you clearance enough to
Porra.
answer your
Eu literalmente fui contratado pra ir fazer isso aqui, velho.
You see, I've found myself in a bit of a pickle. Some of my lab techs have turned rather aggressive following a recent experiment gone awry. Hence why I've barricaded myself in the lab. And lose my life's work? Want me to just burn my lab and my entire future to the ground over one experiment that's gotten rather out of hand? No, I think not. We merely need to clean up the mess, so to speak. Reset the lab back to functional parameters.
Clean up? They were human beings. Don't you care about them at all?
Staff can be replaced, you know. Research data? Now that's invaluable. Oh no. They're quite unaware of their actions, I'm afraid. We're a research and development branch of Rizzo's, focused primarily on the Spectrum vodka line. But the specific research that goes on in this facility is utterly confidential. You understand? Call me a skeptic, but no, I don't believe it would be. Loose lips sink new product ships, you know? Happily. Wait. You can't leave me here. What am I supposed to do? Execute? How uncouth. Decided to help me. Remember. Excellent. You have my gratitude, and soon you'll have my knowledge of Miss Bellamy's recent fit. Now, if you'd rather not kill my lab techs during this cleanup, I believe you can dispense a sedative gas from a terminal.
Your call, Captain. I don't know if the lab techs can even be helped at this point.
The door to the lower labs is sealed for our safety, so you'll need to take the elevator down. I'll unseal the access hallway for you now. Do take care.
Yes.
It's not worth it, buddy.
What could that have been?
Ih, caralho.
Me? I'll show you happiness!
Caralho, que bugado. Agora tá aparecendo. Aparecendo os itens do bagulho antes de eu desbloquear.
That's a lot more risk.
Oh yeah, that's funny. Not gonna let I just want to be
Caralho.
your friend. Trying to infect me with your sorrow?
Ah, peraí. Cara, eu tinha botado a câmera de volta, pensei que tinha tirado. Vazou. Ah, caralho, velho. Ah, que isso? Ah, vamos pra cá. Nada. Ah, em cima isso aqui? Pô, cara. Ué. Oxi. Ah.
Somebody didn't want us talking to Dr. Blossom.
Eita porra. Mataram ela.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Confirmation of discrepancy confirmed. This person is most definitely dead. But recently, they were still alive.
Site bem ruim? Sério? Não achei. Sei lá. Não tive nenhum problema que eu me lembre. Retiros antes da aparição da vítima extremamente mínima. Mista de tiro, vamos ver cartucho.
Well, they're definitely dead. Any idea what happened?
Needle wounds. You think maybe she was killed by another lab worker?
Não tem uma imagem de jogo, tipo só a capa e acabou. É. Variação de voz. Porra.
Don't they realize this just makes us more curious about that data file?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. The organic matter that comprises this lab worker died at a similar time and of similar circumstance as the other corpses already scanned. Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Body heat readings indicate that the culprit was just here mere moments earlier in the timeline.
Looks like a standard ventilation shaft to me. Somebody around my size could have crawled in. Wouldn't have been comfortable or, clean. Ventilation shafts usually turn into sprat nests. See that red wire? Whoever cut that wire was trying to disrupt the circuit. They could have sealed the lab doors temporarily. At least until the failsafes kicked in.
Attention all personnel. Unscheduled pollinization cycle is about to commence. Please evacuate the orchards at this time. Releasing the mosquitoes for pollinization. Cycle is now in progress.
Meu dano, isso aqui eu não testei até agora. Caralho, como que eu passo aqui?
Mosquito stings have been known to cause auditory confusion before death. So if you cannot understand
Ué,
this message,
não é possível. Ah, isso aqui é viadagem. Que frescura isso aqui, não poder coisar durante o combate. Ai, que isso, que isso, que isso, que isso? Até os robôs, até os robôs. Caralho, aí é foda. Caralho, filho. Tem mais bicho ainda, cara. Tá mesmo.
Rizzo thanks any guests trapped in the orchard for your patience as the pollinization cycle commences. Don't forget, our trees and bushes can...
Pô. Puta que pariu, quanto bicho.
No active mosquitoes detected outside of the hive. The pollinization cycle is...
I understand
Ui,
there were
peraí.
concerns
Ah.
about the orchards. The pollination cycle began without my authorization. Fortunately, you managed to save most of the hive. The waspquitos are essential to the orchards, you see. Losing them would have cost us months of production. The orchards can be a dangerous place, but my workers understand the hazards. Something about this incident troubles me. The circumstances are suspicious. But let's concentrate on the matter at hand.
Have you discovered anything? You have my attention. That's deeply upsetting. Dr. Leora Blossom was an extraordinary scientist and a friend. We have a murderer on the loose, Inspector, as if the death of Halcyon Helen wasn't enough of a blow to our facility. Her commitment to her NDA was admirable. I'll make sure to accelerate the payout of her death benefits to her next of kin. Interesting. The Rizzo's family is a small family, Inspector. Most of us recognize one another. Still, any information is good information. It troubles me to believe Leora could have been murdered by one of our own. If there's anything else you'd like to share, you have my attention. That's troubling, to say the least. Any transfer of proprietary data is strictly prohibited without my permission. A clever deduction, Inspector. That gives us a little information to work with. Yes, I share your suspicions. Someone didn't want you following their trail. This feels like more than corporate espionage. Someone's playing with us, Inspector. And I have never in my life enjoyed games. Did you discover anything else? Insisted. That's interesting. We'd scheduled a tour of the lab for Helen. Purely a public relations event to be held sometime in the indeterminate future. Then again, Helen and I were not well acquainted. I can't speak to her intentions. Little of consequence. We'd tour the grounds, pause at some locations appropriate for a portrait, let her shake hands with our scientists. Public relations. A picnic? I don't recall approving a private social gathering at the orchards. I'll have to make a note of this information. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Was there anything else? This incident at the orchards must be connected to Helen's murder somehow. I don't know how, but I feel it in my marrow. My apologies, Inspector. This case is under your jurisdiction, not mine. I leave it in your hands. When you're ready, I suggest a word with the hotel coroner. She should have finished her autopsy by now.
I don't think he can see us, Captain. On account of that huge mass.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Isso, quem que esse malucão aqui?
Whoa, sweet gibbering law. Where'd you come from?
What?
Sorry, let me just get back in character. Whoa, 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 it's not what it looks like. Looks can be deceiving, friend. For example, what looks like misappropriation may, in fact, be a misunderstanding. I seem to have wandered into the wrong premises. I have mistaken this penthouse for the Rizzo's Rangers locker room on account of my headgear cutting off my peripheral vision. Not even a little. I am acting on behalf of Mr. Black Hole Birdie, the Holmeister, the Hack Attack. I don't have a lot of time, but Mr. Birdie sent me to retrieve a message, something he recorded for Ms. Bellamy while he was off his kilter. It's extremely difficult for me to tell you no. In fact, I'm experiencing enormous mental anguish right now. Will you meet me later, over at the pilot house? I swear, from the bottom of my employment contract, I will tell you everything I know about Ms. Bellamy's demise. I can't. I'm so incredibly sorry, but I can't. Please try and understand. I don't want to end up like Ms. Bellamy. Meet me over by the pilot house. It's the land complex with the big old engine that keeps us flying. I'll tell you everything I know, I swear.
What floor would you like? To the lobby, we go.
Isso. Pô, esqueci de eu ter dado upgrade na arma. O bicho fica rindo, porra. Caraca. Bundão. Hã? Tem uma bancada pra ele. Ih. Ninguém aqui. Não tem bancada, né?
Não,
Oh, maravilha. Consegui sair. Mas talvez não tenha.
Not gonna let no one bring.
feels good. Feels fun. I'll show you happiness.
Inimigozinho merda, velho. Tá rindo que nem retardado só. Não tem bancada.
Oh, look here.
Porra, o bicho só dando pirulitos. Ah, que bancada. Opa. É... Acabou a grana.
Say, weren't you looking for a new hat?
Indeed.
Pobre. É foda. Muito caro, velho. Jogar longe da porra.
You're sure he's not in the museum?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Discrepancy detected. Rizzo's company policy clearly states that all proprietary mascots must exhibit signs of physical life. Excellent observation, Inspector. Have you deduced a possible cause of death? Unusually small entry wounds indicate exotic weaponry. Closest approximations are 1. Incident involving a game of darts. 2. The Needler. Yes, Inspector. The Needler. Bespoke handgun carried and wielded by Halcyon Helen. Famously deployed by Halcyon Helen in Terror on Monarch. This weapon was responsible for executing the Chief of the Savages, played by Spencer Woolridge. This unit is incapable of providing ethical advice. This unit is also incapable of answering rhetorical questions.
Esses foram os ups. Enfim. A pobreza. Bem-vindo, Kedley.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. This empty bottle of spirits does not belong to any known corporate brand. Suspicious residue detected. Excellent deduction, Inspector. Imbibing of unauthorized beverages is strictly prohibited under Rizzo's company law. Ingredients include antiseptic alcohol, sucrose, and unidentifiable miscellaneous organic material. Closest match. Counterfeit spirits available at the Piraeus spaceport.
Esse aqui recarrega.
Hope you've been enjoying your stay.
Rizzo Spectrum Vodka. What? The rainbow.
Wanted to make you smile!
Inspector, good to see you. Let me just grant you access
Minha
and
listinha.
welcome to the Piraeus spaceport.
Puta porra. Ué, deu erro. Não deu pra ver. Como adicionar amigo nesse site? Não sei. Deu erro. Eita, esse? Esse foi. 75 Jorges. Cara, botou até os FIFA aqui, filho. Tá, porra, jogou FIFA pra caralho, moleque. Cara, jogou Power Rangers, né? Cara, jogo Pica-Pau, tem jogo do Pica-Pau. Tem? Ô, louco. O jogo do Chrome Dina. Ô, louco, jogo Valheim. Lost Ark, meu amigo. O moleque já jogou LOL, mano. Olha lá. Já jogou Grounded, Black. Também é uma empresa desse Outer Worlds aqui também. Grounded. Eu tenho dois esse ano aí. Mente da Nintendo? Caralho. Mas o cara não botou 5 estrelas em Dark Souls, ô louco. Essa é a quantidade de Naruto que eu joguei. Fãzinho do Naruto, você, hein, Black? Jogou até um jogo do One Piece aqui, cara, mas nenhum de Bleach, né? Safado. Jogo de um pedaço. Ele um jogo de Bleach no PS2? Putz, botava o BBS. Não é de One Piece? Eu sei. Só, só trolando. Jump Force? O meu aí. Não tem como adicionar, eu acho, mas dá pra... Eita porra, peraí. Dá pra seguir. Tem que ser. Ih, já volto. Beleza. Aí já volto também. Voltei. Ai, cara. Tem um remédio ali.
Trouble ahead.
Hey, you! We've been looking for you, and by we, I mean Slug. Been real busy sniffing around Eridanos for clues, haven't you, Inspector? See, Sluglight Underground don't like that much.
He's trying so hard. It's actually kind of sad.
Should have kept your nose where it belonged, Inspector. Slug's sick of all your meddling in their affairs. Our affairs, I mean. We're... Draw, you damn breadworm! Draw! Well, you ain't gonna stick that nose anywhere ever again. What? No, my head feels great. And once I don't have 6 tongues, I'll tell you what I think of your slander. Now stop moving around so much. Oh, wait. I am high on adrenatime. Maybe this was all a bad idea. Hey, any chance we could reschedule? Yeah, maybe do this whole showdown business, never? You don't need to tell us twice. Come on, all. Let's get the hell out of here.
Oh, man.
I don't know what to make of Sublight Underground.
If I were the killer, I'd watch out for those crates. No one would find it for years.
Hey, I saw your ship. The Unreliable, right? It's a real beauty.
What do you want?
O cara é um gnomo, mano.
Not so loud. How'd you know it was me?
Pera aí.
Yeah, that makes sense. You must be a good one to sniff me out. I'm in no mood to sign autographs, and I hate fans. So I'm lying low. You know, incompleto. Well, they ain't talking to me, at least. Oh, what's it matter? Helen's gone. She's gone and nothing I do will bring her back. I've been trying to find who did this. That's what she would do. Track down the killer and bring them to justice. But I'm stumped. And not very clever. Being bright was always Helen's thing. That I can do. What do you want to know? So, how do I help? Oh, the picnic. Right. I get real mad sometimes. Ugly mad. Something I've been working on, but when Helen said we were through, I lost it. No. I got blotto with the other Rangers. You know, soaked, muddled, preserved.
I think he means drunk.
The team noticed I was in a bad way when I got back to the hotel. When I told them Helen and I were Splitsville, they wanted to cheer me up. We were up the pole afore evening. The hotel staff said we was bothering the other guests on account of all the crying and yelling and practice body tackling. Zeke said we should move elsewhere, get some air. We ended up at the Wilderness Exploitation Reserve. I think somebody wanted to pet a woolly cow? There was this one cow off away from the others. Zeke figured it'd be a laugh to get her drunk. One thing led to another, and I think we might have maybe, stolen her. I don't know. We were drunk, and we made bad choices. She was all alone. I know how that feels now. It's so hard to be all by your lonesome. My memory's a little muddled after that. I guess me and the team got split up, because I know I was on my own at the pilot house for a time. I reckon not. See, I went to the weather station. I was looking for where Helen stashed her datapad for safekeeping, right? She'd asked me to get it, mind. I wasn't stealing. I'm no thief. Nah, she sent a note to my hotel room before we, split. I don't know how long it was sitting there before I noticed. Sure did. Only there was a guard out there who found me. She started yelling about how I was trespassing and in serious trouble. Thing is, it was real dark out there. So dark, she couldn't tell who I was. I wasn't keen on conversing, okay? I was drunk and holding someone else's datapad. And also, maybe I was crying a little, so I booked it. Ran like the Rangers were down by 3, and I just bronzed the toss ball in the Friday zone. Yeah, no. Nope. No one else. I don't want to tell you. I'll get in trouble. Look, I talked to Auric, okay? Auric West. Hangs out around the spaceport. He's the one who taught me the breathing exercises I use to calm down. Confidant is like confidence. What's torrid mean? Don't get the wrong idea, okay? Auric's not a bad guy. He's just got an unusual job. So now you have the whole story. After I talked to Auric, I went back to the hotel. Woke up the next morning with Helen's datapad in my hand and the hangover to end all hangovers. Don't know if I'll ever drink again. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you'll probably want to... Yeah, of course. Of course. Helen sure did have the prettiest handwriting. Sorry. Here you go, Inspector. Hopefully they make more sense to you. I couldn't make heads or tails of them. Either she was writing in code or I'm dumber than a bag of hammers. I tried for hours to crack her notes, but it's like I said. Being bright was Helen's thing. I know that. but you gotta believe me. I would never hurt Helen, no matter how drunk I was. You could preserve me in Spectrum Brown and I wouldn't even look at her funny. I want to help you find her killer, Inspector. I knew Helen better than anybody. And it could be handy to have a guy like me around, in case anybody gives you trouble. I get it. I'll head back to the Grand Colonial then. Unless you need me for anything else? What do you want to... I remember sending her the recording, but... Law, I was halfway to preserved by then. I don't know what was on it. When I realized what I'd done, I panicked. If I'd said something dumb, folks might think I was involved in her death. I was scared of looking suspicious.
Fala e fala? É.
I wish that were the dumbest thing I ever did, but it's not.
Somehow, I don't think the freelance business.
Hey, pal. Over here. Hey there. You looking to unwind, friend? Maybe you're on your way to the bar for a good time? Maybe you're interested in something a little better than beer or adrenal? Then maybe I'm your guy. The name's Auric. I deal in, shall we say, holistic pharmaceuticals, natural substances and the like. You know. I know. Ooh, it came out of the ground. That's where worms live. I get why go for that homegrown shit when you could be pumping your body full of effort accelerators? Says it right on the Anti-Cleo's box. Better than nature, right? Well, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret, pal. Those pharmaceuticals the corporations manufacture, not all of them are as good for you. Alternatives. That's the way to go, pal. Trust me. No matter what ails you, I got what you need. Wait, you ain't a sheriff, right? You gotta tell me if you're a sheriff. Cause you talk like one. I'd like to ask you some questions. No one says that outside of the serials. All right, fine. Yeah, I know Birdie. So what? Yeah, damn shame about that. Birdie thought the world of Helen, you know. He showed up drunk at my place wanting to talk about the breakup. Helen dumped him, he said. Boy, was he in a bad way. I'd never seen him like that before. We talked for a while, and when he felt better, I sent him back to the hotel. Told him to drink more water and get some sleep. Yeah, that was me. Birdie's got a temper, but he's not a bad kid, you know? He's trying to work on it. He may or may not buy alternatives from me from time to time. A little diluted mantis or essence here, a little vitamin B negative there. Nah. What Birdie's got is a stress problem. He's stressed out of his mind, the poor guy. Everyone knows his name. Can't turn around without having to sign an autograph. And then you throw in playing tossball for a living. Violence like that, it does things to a body. It does things to the head. Come on. Birdie's a damn good hacker, but taking that many blows to the noggin would scramble anyone's upstairs business. I know it's knocked a few of his memories loose. I worry about him, that's all. He's a good kid. Got a good heart.
Estamos investigando um crime, Kellen. Claro que vai ter falas e falas. Agora eu consegui pensar na resposta. Tá foda. Chegando a morte da mulher. Assassinato.
With Halcyon.
What floor would you... Oh, so... Next stop.
Inspector? I'm pleased to hear that. Bertie Holcomb is a valuable asset to the Rizzo's Rangers property. When Helen was murdered, Bertie was nowhere to be found. The timing of his disappearance is unfortunate. That's ominous. Ah, Bertie Holcomb. How have you gone and complicated my life this time? I wasn't aware Bertie was involved in contraband. What kind of dealer are we talking about? Every ranger is contractually obligated to medicate themselves with company-approved stimulants. Are you telling me Black Hole Bertie has been playing clean all these years? Huh, that's impressive. A breach of contract, but impressive. Be plain with me, Inspector. Do you believe Black Hole Bertie killed Helen? I'm relieved to hear that. I happen to be something of a fan of the hack attack. I'd hate to see him processed for murder, but we need to be absolutely sure. I'd like you to continue your investigation. Notify me as soon as you're ready to make a formal accusation. I appreciate that. I'd rather keep Bertie within the public eye than let him languish in a bar at the docks. If you're through investigating Bertie, I recommend looking into Cedric Kincannon. He's been entirely too comfortable since we began this investigation. I don't trust Cedric when he's comfortable.
Caralho.
What floor?
Não?
Rizzo's knock you.
Aí, Kedley.
You got an appointment?
What?
You're not allowed up
Well
with
now,
no appointment.
this is unexpected. I'm torn. I despise rudeness toward Eileen, who is entirely invaluable to Slug, and yet I do enjoy this bold, dare I say brash, approach you're taking. Now then, here for my alibi,
Que? Ju. Ah. Eu vou ver o vídeo que tu mandou. Puta merda. Ódio no YouTube. Nossa.
Quieta aí, galera! Salve!
Que caiu? Ou não caiu? A live do YouTube caiu, velho. Por que caiu essa porra? Ah, essa merda do copyright, que caralho, velho. Aí é foda. Porra, merda de um filme que ninguém conhece, velho. Não. Assim, é. O YouTube só pegou as imagens e. Já contou como. Time. Pronto. Pera aí. Ô, caceta. Você veio pra me dar um ban.
Let's see. That night, I was... torturing Elliot Nasser for information on missing cargo. That was a messy one. Didn't break until nearly noon the next day. Can you imagine? I could invent a better alibi than tortured a man to death if you'd like. Perhaps something salacious, or one where I break contract bylaws. Lou would adore that. You'd be a fool to believe me, regardless of what I told you. People lie, and I am, incriminatingly, people.
Puta que pariu.
Watch your tongue, Inspector. I'd hate for one of my people to overhear you insulting me and decide to cut it out of you. I digress. The point is, I've admitted to being elsewhere the night of Helen's murder. Besides, I have no motive. Why in the name of the architect would I kill Halcyon Helen? She was making me a fortune. I'm considering a line of commemorative merchandise.
Caralho.
That's nothing compared to what Helen would have made us in the long run. I'd offer to assist you in your work, but I've a mystery of my own to solve, I'm afraid. You may very well want to. This particular trouble strikes me as not unrelated to your investigation. Items are disappearing from Slug's storage and processing warehouse. The thefts began a week before Helen's unfortunate death, and there have been more instances since. Before you ask, I know the difference between cargo going missing and cargo going missing. This is the latter. I'm not sure. I'm only confident there is one. That the thefts began mere days before Helen's untimely demise is an extraordinary coincidence. I'm not a man who believes in happenstance, Inspector. I do not trust it.
Saúde, valeu.
Do tell Ludovico when you get a chance, please. It's astonishing how long it's taking him to have that same epiphany. Regardless, this will be fun. You out in the field, chasing down leads, me scheming in my office, preparing to unspeakably mangle the perpetrator. Really, Inspector, no need to flatter me. I assure you, you're already very much in my good graces. You'll want to speak with Ella Tinsley, the warehouse foreman. I've cleared her as a suspect myself, but should she refuse to cooperate, shoot her. No, I'm joking. If she won't cooperate, tell me and I will shoot her. And do feel free to search my office for clues while you're here. Don't hold back on my account. Was there something else? The original incident? Well, I made him an offer he should have refused. An excellent deduction, Inspector. Our combative relationship stems from paperwork, mundanely enough. Rizzo's contracted Sublight to construct the Eridanos atmospheric complex. Had Lou wanted Rizzo's to retain full control of Eridanos, he shouldn't have skimmed the revised contract I sent him. Lou's an administrator, for law's sake. I thought he would adore all the fine print I added. Still technically visible to the human eye, but only just. You're quite good at this. It was all perfectly legal, too, which irked Lou to no end. My power grab, as Lou called it, planted the seed of hatred. And Lou, obsessed with what should have been, has made sure to water it daily with his bitterness and anger. Such as?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. This copy of TK contains 142 fewer pages than a standard copy. The missing pages were likely removed to create sufficient space for the hidden listening device inside.
You figured that out just by looking at it? Huh. We ought to talk shop one of these days.
Inspector, please consider speaking into the device in order to trace the transmission and reveal the receiver's location. Poor woolly cow impression transmitted. Transmission analysis complete. While the precise location of the receiver could not be pinpointed, it has been narrowed down to a smaller, approximate range. Analysis inconclusive. However, there is a minor accumulation of dust particles present on the book's uppermost surface. 98.3% of the dust particles are less than 500 micrometers in diameter. That is highly likely, Inspector.
What's that you found? No, wait, don't tell me. Let's save it for the big reveal once you've found it.
Ô, filha da puta, me travando.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Transmission endpoint discovered. The receiver in this book matches the transmitter to the listening device found in Cedric's office. It's somewhat grime-covered. Due to the high level of foot traffic in this area, this unit is unable to determine who placed the device. Based on the accumulated
Por quem matou? Ainda não. Tá investigando. A gente só investigou um suspeito por enquanto.
Sorry, this area is off limits to port. Sorry about that. Have a look around, ma'am.
Hey, you think they keep any spare parts down here? Just wondering.
A gente tá vendo o segundo suspeito agora.
You're the inspector, aren't you? Boskin Cannon said you'd be by about the cargo that's been going missing. Gosh, this is so neat. A real-life inspector. What's that like? Have you solved any mysteries yet? Ever had to shoot a suspect? Right, of course. Tell me how I can help. That's the weird part. There's no pattern, far as I can tell. The thefts don't make sense. I ask you, who would steal a handful of Spacer's Choice Sabers, so dull they could barely cut mud, but leave the spectrum black? Ugh. Who'd be desperate enough to want to steal a Spacer's Choice Saber, full stop? Yeah, probably not. No one's dumb enough to think Spacer's Choice Sabers are worth half a damn. Then there's the most recent theft. 5 boxes of pens and a couple of sodas. I can't decide which one's sadder. I wish they hadn't stolen the blue pens. We can never keep enough of those in stock. Everyone here at Freight Storage and Processing, for a start. Thing is, the cargo is going missing before the shipments even get to the warehouse. Best I can figure, it's probably getting lost in the shipping yard. As for who has access there, Benton Chan, he's the shipping yard manager, he told me it's mainly just the loading automechs that handle cargo. Nah, Benton's too lazy for crime. The extra work would kill him. Last time I asked him to check the automechs, the whole head told me he couldn't help because he was dead. Brain dead, maybe. But no. My point is that if you think the automechs are a lead, you'll have to check on them yourself. Hopefully, you're mechanically inclined. Maybe they're keen on cashing out and want to go as painfully as possible. I don't know. Boskin Cannon's office is where he holds most of his meetings with important folks like Miss Helen. Just about all negotiations happen in his office too. Vendor pricing, major purchase orders, rentals for construction projects, you name it. Oh, before I forget, I figured you might want to access my terminal, so I had a spare keycard made. It's all yours. Oh no, I forgot to delete all of those incriminating messages I sent about which cargo to steal. Nah, I do have a list of cargo that's gone missing though, if that helps any.
Caralho, que porra é essa? Ela tava comendo. Raspando as costas do porco ali.
timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Inspector, this loading automechanical's programming does not match factory default settings. The standard defensive protocol has been modified to include an additional trigger. There is a directive in place to initiate defensive protocol should an unsanctioned data log installed in this automechanical be removed. Slug automechanical maintenance records indicate this particular unit is frequently reported as out of position or missing for periods of time. For Type K-19 cargo transport automechanicals, defensive protocol is triggered by attempted interference with cargo, or its transportation, or attempted destruction of the unit. Once triggered, defensive protocol targets the perpetrator and applies lethal force until the target has been deceased for a minimum of 3 minutes.
Loading automechanical unit K-14 is fully operational at 99% power. Please designate the cargo to be How can this auto...
Pera aí.
Certainly. Access panel is now unlocked. Failsafe successfully disabled. Kill mode deactivated.
Kill mode, cara.
Ejecting data log 17C. Apologies. This unit does not have access to unit entering standby mode.
Inspector, to what do I owe the pleasure?
Ooh, I love this part. The big reveal. So tell me, what happened? Well, that is disappointing. Still, you said you've determined how the theft is occurring? Damn, you're good. Hacking the Automex. So that was our skimmer's game. But why? Everything that was stolen has seemed random. I certainly see no pattern. So, our culprit had something specific they wished to acquire and used the random theft as a smokescreen. I must say, Inspector, you've done excellent work on this case. Then that just leaves how the culprit knew where their true target would be, or indeed, that Slug would soon possess it. You've quite a flair for the dramatic, Inspector. Am I right to think what you found in my office earlier was the other half of this listening device? Not quite, Inspector. That listening device belongs to me. I lent it to Halcyon Helen to assist her with role research. That, or she never intended it to stop. Impossible to know now. Unbelievable. I helped her. Gave her whatever she needed. I thought we were doing each other a good turn. This is a betrayal, Inspector. I do not take betrayal lightly. Helen should consider herself very lucky indeed that she is already among the dead, and that some other bastard beat me to putting her in the ground. Halcyon Helen is already dead. If I'd known Helen was stealing from me, I may very well have killed her, or had her killed. Alas, I did not. Oh, that is good, Inspector. Now you are thinking in the manner you must if you intend to get to the bottom of this mess. I wish you luck with your investigation, though I doubt you'll need it. You'll find Helen's murderer. I'm confident of that. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must find a way to excise my anger that minimally damages my business empire. I expect it will involve shooting quite a lot of guns.
E... É isso. Vou andar aqui, Kelly. Não aguento. É gripe, cara. Amanhã eu continuo. Vou aqui pra eu voltar lá pra base, né? Eu descubro quem matou a Pé. É nóis. Ele que sumiu aí foi furtado da live. Isso. Valeu, valeu. Falou.